It is about 5:30 in the morning, and we are getting ready to head out to Shenandoah National Park to hit Jones Run. About 7 miles, give or take. Should be plenty of water features. I know for certain there's at least 3 waterfalls and potentially a couple creek crossings. It's a little chilly this morning. I think when I get up, it's about 32 degrees. And by the time we actually get out to the trailhead, it'll be a little bit cooler since we're going to be in the mountains. So let's get going. Alright, so we finally made it out to Jones Run, Shenandoah National Park. The loop that we're doing is roughly 7.3 miles according to All Trails. Guess we'll find out later. My Phoenix watch, I've got it recording so we'll know how long it took. But the sun finally came out. We started pretty early, it was kind of dark. As you can see, everything's starting to get lit up nicely. The sun is looking absolutely gorgeous. We do have plans to stop a little later to get some lunch. I brought a little Mountain House meal. It's the lasagna with meat sauce because it's friggin' cold and I wanted something friggin' warm. It's currently 32 degrees, so that's a mite nipply, but it's not that bad. As soon as it warms up, we'll have to take a little stop and put the jacket away and all that sort of jazz. We got lucky. There's still snow on the ground from last time it snowed, which is making a lot of the trail pretty awesome, pretty gorgeous. I think it's gorgeous. Hopefully, when we start getting to the actual falls and the little creeks, there might be some ice on some of it. That would make some of it look pretty cool. I've done this trail before, about 4 years ago in February, and some of the falls were actually frozen over. And there was one in particular, there was a hole kind of near the bottom that had melted a little bit, and you could see the water falling from behind the ice, which was awesome. I'll see if I can put the little video up, because I know I've got it somewhere. I'll look for it. We haven't met a single person on the trail yet. We've been by ourselves the entire time. It's been quiet with the snow and the ice that's been around. It's been gorgeous. And this is just fantastic. Okay, so we had to stop here and get another shot. Where we're standing, you're up above the falls and looking down. I'll show you that here in a second. But it is absolutely gorgeous over here. I might not be able to get this. Yeah, I'll have to turn it around. We made it down here to the bottom. There's ice covering a lot of the walls. It was kind of tricky getting to where I'm standing right now because there was a lot of icy spots that you had to kind of avoid. But hey, we got down here. Here in a little bit, we're going to stop for lunch and then finish off the trail. Alright, so we just finished having lunch a few minutes ago after a nice break, about a half an hour. We are well past halfway through the hike. We've got roughly, that's not even 3.5 miles at this point, between 3.25. The rest of the trail should be relatively flat with some incline coming up when we get close to the fire road. So we'll keep heading at it. I know when we get to the fire road, we will be near the end. We started getting to the fun incline part. There's roughly 900 feet left in the last 3 miles, so 300 feet a mile. It's doable, but there's definitely some sections I can see up ahead that they're a little steep. It shouldn't be a problem, but I will probably be sucking wind halfway between here and the fire road.
2 hours later.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So we finally got off there. Can't even talk. Okay. We finally got up that ridiculous incline. A little steeper than I remember from the last time. But we did it. Not that big of a deal. We finally reached the fire road. It should be relatively easy going from this point forward. Let's get going. Alright, we just finished the hike. We did, I don't know, approximately 9.4 miles total. We did spend a lot of time kind of going off trail and exploring. So for 7 a little over 7 miles, end up doing a little over 9. It's not that bad. It was 5 hours and 40 couple minutes, and I know we spent at least 35 minutes on lunch. So you can call it about 5 hours to do just shy of 9.5 miles. It's not terrible. Some of the incline was, yeah, I couldn't talk through part of it, but you know, the longer I'm out here hiking, the better I'll do with that. It's now 40 couple degrees. I think it started off, we were 32.6. Oh, well, it was 32.6 when we started. Now it's about 42. So all in all, pretty good hike. We had a good time. I'll probably definitely do it again. I do have plans for a lot more hikes this year, so stay tuned because there will be more. And thanks for joining me on another Ginge Adventure. What's up, everybody? We're about to do another hike today. We're heading out to Bear Fence Mountain. It's on Skyline Drive. There's only a part of Skyline Drive that's still open. Most of it is still closed because of winter weather, but the part that we're going to, wide open. It's a fantastically wonderful morning. It's a balmy 20. Hopefully it'll warm up a little bit today, but it's not looking like it's going to. The only issues I'm expecting to find up there, possibly some ice on some of the rock scrambles. If that happens to be a problem, we won't be risking it. But if it looks like it's going to be relatively safe, we'll go for it. So let's pack up the truck and head on out. We finally made it to Bear Fence up here on Skyline Drive, and it's 17 degrees. It's freaking cold. We're going to get started. This trail's only a mile, but it is covered in snow and ice, which, yeah, could potentially be problematic. But we'll go slow, we'll be careful, or we'll just die. So we are deciding to go up the steep part first and then come down the not so steep part later. Since we just started and we've got the energy, why not, right? Alright, so we're at the part of the trail here where it's pretty much up. As you can see, right up through there, we got to keep climbing and climbing and climbing. If you can see the blue blazes, there's one right there, and then there's one right there. So that is where we're currently going. Looks like fun. Ice and snow make it really fun. Alright, so we made it to the top of Bear Fence, or close to the top. There's a couple other spots up ahead that are a little bit taller, but for all intents and purposes, we're on the top. And it's freaking cold. And there's a lot of snow and ice covering all the rocks. It's kind of hard to see where to put your feet, because you don't know if it's snow or a crevice underneath. It's fun. Pretty fun. And if we don't break a leg or an ankle, or straight up die, I'm calling it a success. On top of Bear Fence here, the views are spectacular. I mean, it's just gorgeous. This is my favorite time of year to hike, wintertime. I mean, when everything's covered in snow, you can't beat it. Oh. You don't even need to talk with that. It's just gorgeous. So we just finished the little rock scramble up at the top. It was gorgeous. Check the temperature again, hoping it's gone up, because I feel like I was starting to break a sweat there. Nah, it's 14. Just ridiculous. I like cold. I'm not complaining too much. You really want to see me complain, wait till it's summertime and it's hot and buggy and there's more of those humans out there. Ugh. Out here it's nice. There's no bugs, there's no heat, and other than Adam back there, there's no other people. Even on a pretty high trafficked trail like this one, nobody, just us. So we're heading back down, finishing up, as long as I don't fall down. I'll see you again when we get to the truck. Okay guys, so that was Bear Fence Mountain. Short little 1 mile hike up, little 1 mile hike down. I hope you enjoyed it, whether you are sitting on your couch on a computer chair maybe, at the desk. Maybe you're sitting on the toilet, pooping on company time. Either way, I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Thanks for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back, everybody. Today we are doing Hawksbill. This trail is going to be a little less than 2 miles. It might take a little longer than usual just because it's still covered in snow. As you can see, should be pretty fun. Should be a pretty good scenic view at the top. So let's get going. Alright, so we're starting off on Hawksbill. It's completely snow covered. And it's really cold. It's roughly 17 degrees right now. I don't see it warming up by the time we get done. So we're just gonna have to enjoy the chill. So the incline at the start of this trail it's pretty decent. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but it's enough to get the blood flowing. And legend has it, this is the exact path that my parents took to school every single day. We've reached almost the peak of Hawksbill Summit, but where we are now, yeah, that's a pretty amazing view right there. We're gonna head now to the actual summit, which is about 50 yards that way, so let's go. Here we are at the peak. It's really pretty. It's really cold. It's like 15 degrees up here, and the wind's blowing. Yeah, it's a little chilly. but the view is amazing. We left the peak a little bit ago and we're on the last bit of the trail up until we get to the truck. There's not a whole lot to see as far as views on this particular section. It's pretty much all straight downhill, snowy trail. So I'll just see you when we get to the truck. So we finished Hawksbill. It was a good one. The views up there were fantastic. The trail down, it wasn't terrible. The snow did make some issues, little ankle breakers, but it really wasn't bad. You just took your time. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back, everybody, to another Ginge adventure. We're up in Shenandoah National Park again today. We're doing Dark Hollow Falls, and it's a little colder than we thought it was going to be this morning, but it should warm up, hopefully. I'm hoping, since this past week the temperatures have gone up a little bit and we had some rain, most of the snow is melted, well, most of it, that the water levels should be pretty decent. So we'll find out. Let's get going. So we're not quite at the exact bottom of Dark Hollow Falls. We've still got a little ways to go before we actually get to the bottom. I'm happy with the water flow. I've actually seen it more, but this isn't bad considering wintertime. I mean, this is really nice. It's very snowy, very icy, surprisingly. I thought a lot of this would be gone today, but it isn't. So it's taking a little bit longer than usual, but I'll update you again once we get to the actual bottom. right, so we've made it to the bottom of Dark Hollow Falls. I've only fallen on my butt once and landed on my food, so no biggie. Thanks for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge adventure. Today we're doing Devil's Marble Yard. Hopefully the first in a series of Devil's themed trails. I found 4 so far in Virginia. There might be more, I don't know. There's a couple in North Carolina, West Virginia. I do actually hope to make those, but today, this is where we are. James River Face Wilderness, doing the Marble Yard. It's in Natural Bridge. The first, I don't know, 3/4 of a mile, pretty straight. Looks like that. So it's going to be easy going, first little bit up. Once we get up there, giant, massive boulder field, which it's, they advise you not to climb the boulders, but yeah, right. So we're going to have a little fun up there. It's been raining. It's not currently raining on us right now, which is good. If the rocks are too slippery, we'll just stay on the trail to the right of it. So let's go. Trail's starting to get a little more rocky. As you can see, it's not even near a problem yet. I don't think it's going to be. But we should start getting to the majority of the inclines pretty soon, because we've only gone about a half a mile. We've reached the part of the trail that starts to incline up. It doesn't translate that well in video, because from the back of the screen, I mean, it looks relatively straight, but there's some incline. So I'll get a little winded, but it won't be bad. But from this point forward, it's pretty much straight up until we get to the Devil's Marble Yard. We're a little past halfway up to the boulder field now. We had some nice little waterfalls on the way up here, small, kind of like this guy. A couple creek crossings that weren't very big. But as I said, we're about halfway up, so I'll see you when we get to the boulder field. As you can see, I'm getting red in the face and sweating a little. It's good for me. I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm having fun. But that incline I was mentioning is kind of here. And we're getting to some boulders, little guys. You can kind of see the boulder field from here. Maybe not in the camera, but it's right up there. Obviously, it'll look better when we're at it. So, see you when I'm at it. All right, so we've reached the bottom of the marble yard. It is right there. Look at that. That's awesome. There's a little trail right in front of us. This goes up the right side of it, which is where we're headed now. And there's a couple spots up that trail, this one that we're on, that have access points to the actual marble yard. When we find one, we're gonna start exploring. So I'll see you there. All right, guys, we have made it on to Devil's Marble Yard. The little path to the right of the actual marble yard was too dangerous to try to climb with one hand occupied with this camera, so I put it away. But I wanted to show you the other side of that massive friggin' boulder field. That is awesome. Now, we are not climbing all the way up there because that's just insane. We don't have the time. We thought about trying to make it right over here. We'll see. Adam's confident, but he's climbed before. I'm not confident because I've never climbed before. I'm a new climber, and this really isn't the place to try risky stuff. But I'll keep exploring, keep trying to get some shots. When we're done exploring, we're gonna have a little lunch and then head back to the truck and head home. So we've made it, I'd say, a good 3/4 of the way up Devil's Marble Yard. Kind of hard to see above us because there's a huge freaking boulder right behind my head. But I'll try to get some other shots here in a little bit. But right now, that is our view from where I'm sitting. It is spectacular. we're going to have a little bit of lunch up here as soon as we find a flat spot somewhere to sit on. Adam's got a nice comfy little spot, except for the rock in his butt.
Yeah, it's not quite that comfy.
But we're going to try to find some better spots to sit. But I thought I would just share this view right here because it is beautiful. When we're done, we have to either head straight down and to the left. You can see this little pine tree right there. That's kind of the direction we've got to go. Or we can go left and see if we come across the trail that actually goes up past the peak of here. I'm thinking we're probably going to head to the trail first and see if we find it. And then we have to cut back into the boulder field to skip the small little river that's over there, because there's no crossing that going downhill. We'll come back in, scramble a little bit more, come out, and then head back down to the truck. All right, guys, we have finished the descent down Devil's Marble Yard. If the camera's a little shaky, it's because I'm a little shaky. A little muscle fatigue. But I'm at the bottom now, so we're good. But that was a really fun hike. We'll probably do it again sometime. I don't know how we feel about, what do you think, Adam? Trying to come up here in the summer with all the snakes? Yeah, nah. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel because there's going to be more Devil's themed hikes. We've got Devil's Bathtub. I'm hoping to do that next month, maybe April, we'll see. There's a couple other Devil's themed hikes in Virginia that I'm definitely going to do, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And thank you for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I will see you on the next one. Welcome to another Ginge adventure, guys. Today we're doing something a little bit different. Instead of hitting a trail, which technically this is a trail, but it's leading to a tunnel that's in Waynesboro. It was built in like the 1800s. It's kind of sad that I didn't know it was here. I used to actually live in Waynesboro for years and never knew it was here. But I saw a video that I can link to that I really liked. It looked like this would be a fun trail to do. So we're gonna check this tunnel out. It'll be the first time we did anything even remotely like this. I don't know, maybe I'll try to find some other tunnels or even some caves to try to do, because it just looks like it'd be fun. So let's check this thing out. All right, so we've officially made it to the actual tunnel. As you can see, obviously, that's a tunnel. I'd imagine in the summertime, the water will be flowing a little more. I'm thankful it's not right now because as you can see, it's coming like right over the face of the tunnel. And I really don't want to get wet when it's 40 degrees, which it actually might be colder here. As soon as we came around the corner there, you could just feel colder wind just blow right in your face. It was nuts. But I'm going to throw my headlamp on, put my light here on the GoPro. We'll head into the tunnel and check it out. All right, guys, we're officially in the tunnel. I'm not sure how the audio is going to do with all the echo, but this is actually really cool. Let's see how much you can see here. Yeah, this is definitely pretty cool. Now, it's not a very long hike through here, as you can see up there. I mean, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I am testing out a new light on top of the GoPro, which seems to be working out pretty good. And there's definitely water dripping. So for anybody that decides they want to try this, keep that in mind with your camera gear. There's definitely water drippage all through here. I am enjoying this quite a bit. I wanted to do something different. This is definitely different. But yeah, if y'all are looking to do something different and you're near the Waynesboro area, you've definitely got to come out here and check out the Blue Ridge Tunnel. So we've still got that far to go. If you turn around, that's how far we've gone. When we first got here, we didn't think it was going to be a little over a mile long just by looking at it, but we've still got quite a ways to go. It's deceptive when you actually see the light down there. You're like, oh, that's not far. And then you start hiking and you realize it's farther than you thought. This is very cool. I'm loving this. I'm not sure if you can see that, guys, but we found a little bat. I'll try to take an actual picture of it and put it up for you. That is the second one we've seen. The other one was farther up on the wall and harder to see. The tunnel walls have changed a little bit. We've gone from mostly rock to now it's been bricked up. And I'd say we've got, it's kind of hard to tell. We've probably done 3/4 of the tunnel so far, would be my best guess. And we've probably seen 10 or 15 bats, I would say, hanging around, chilling, minding their own business. All right, let's finish this thing up. All right, guys, we just finished the tunnel. Got to the other end. We're currently on the west end of the tunnel now. If you're ever in the area, you've definitely got to check this out. It is very cool. We are not going to walk the rest of the way down this particular trail because it's just gravel to the other parking lot where we didn't park. We actually have to go back through the tunnel again, which is going to be awesome. Except this time we won't have the wind blasting us in the face. It'll be coming at our back. All right, guys, so that is the end of the Blue Ridge Tunnel. We just came back out. Here we are again at the east entrance. And now we are making our way back to the parking lot, and then we're going to head out. We had an absolute blast in there. It was fantastic. This is definitely one I will come back and do again in the future. But I want to thank you guys for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and we will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge adventure. Today we are doing a trail called Bear Den. It's up in Shenandoah National Park. And if you can see out there in the distance, radio towers are up there, and that's kind of where we're headed. At the very top of this trail, we're actually going to see those radio towers. So let's get going. So this trail, Bear Den, has some pretty decent inclines right here at the beginning. Not sure if you can see that or not, but it's pretty decent. It's a relatively short trail. It's an out and back, about 1.2 miles. Having done several trails so far this year in snow and ice, this one would have been interesting in snow right off the bat. I'm not sure what it's gonna feel like seeing those radio towers at the top. I mean, it kind of knocks you out of the outdoor ambiance. We'll see when we get there. So just for y'all's edification, this part of the trail we're on right now is not actually part of Bear Den. It was a little offshoot that I wanted to check out. And I can imagine in the summer, this would be very interesting trying to get through. There's a lot of briars that you have to watch out for. Oh, like that one. And I'm not sure exactly where it's going to go other than a pretty cool view from here. I mean, it's pretty gorgeous. Nice open area. I mean, this is pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. But we're definitely off the trail right now. And it looks like it just kind of goes farther deep in. So we're gonna turn around and head back to the original trail. All right, so if you're ever wanting to check out that little detour that we just took, you'll get to this little part in the trail. And you'll notice it kind of goes straight to the right. And there's one that goes off to the left. The one that goes off to the left takes you to that little bitty detour that we just took. I mean, it's got some decent views, so if you want to check that out, go ahead. And when you get back, make sure you take a left and head right back up the main trail. I want to show y'all a little something else here on Bear Den. You'll get to another intersection a little farther up from the last one. If you go left, straight ahead there, that's the main trail. Over here to the right, though, is actually a pretty cool little area. Set up a little spot to have lunch or a snack, or if you're just wanting to chill out for a bit before finishing the trail. This little rocky area here, which is pretty cool. It's definitely worth checking out. So if you're ever up here and you're hiking Bear Den, make sure to hit these little offshoots and come out and check some of these little areas. Not part of the main trail, but this is pretty cool. It'd be a good spot to chill out. All right. So yeah, absolutely check this out if you can. And then when you're done, just head back to where you were. Swing a little right. And right back on trail you are. Now these radio towers, they're kind of neat. Definitely not nature-y. I don't care, the hike itself was fun. And this is definitely something you don't see every day. Well, some of us don't see every day. And here where they cut out for the power poles, pretty decent view. You know, except for the power poles. But it's not bad. And then right over here, they've got what look like old little tractor seats stuck in the ground for you to sit on. Nice little sitting area. Adam getting comfortable in his tiny chair.
Do they spin? I don't think they spin.
They don't spin.
They wobble a little bit.
Check out over here. Another radio tower. Now, if for some reason you're ever up here doing the Appalachian Trail, if you go past that seating area where we were and come over here, you'll see that building, that tower, directly to the right. There you go. So that will get you back on the Appalachian Trail, and you can finish going wherever you happen to be going. For us though, we're gonna have a little snack here, head back down. But if you ever are doing the AT, boop, that's where you wanna go. All right, so we've decided not to have lunch here where those little seats are, because we decided to go off trail a little bit. Sorry about the lighting. Let's do this side. That's better. Decided to go off trail a little bit. So see if I can point it out for you guys. So if y'all are ever up here, off the main little path when you come up here, and you pass that rock, and you see those seats, there is a path directly to the right. Right, y'all. Where Adam's waving hello. Down at the bottom of this, there are another 2 offshoots that each go into the woods and small rock outcroppings. The one on the right, it's not bad. There's a decent view. And now it's very, very early spring, so there's no green on the trees, so you can actually see the view. But the one on the left is a lot clearer as far as the view goes. So when you're coming down this path, you'll follow the power lines, which are like right above your head. All right, so there is where you can go off to the right here. And you can see in there, right between all the trees, right in there, is the rock outcropping that has the decent view. But to the left, this is where you want to go. And you can see the view is not horrible, except for these power poles, power lines. Over here, it clears up. It's a lot nicer. It opens up here. Boom. Less trees. Might be a smaller outcropping, but the view's a lot nicer over here. There's less trees blocking it. So guys, if you ever do this trail and you want somewhere to have lunch, it's nice, quiet, away from the main trail, head down here, get to that outcropping, and just enjoy the view. All right, guys, so this was Bear Den. Make sure you check it out next time you're in the park. It's pretty cool, if you don't mind the radio towers and the cool little offshoots. Have some pretty good views. I would definitely recommend it. But thank you for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge adventure, everybody. Today we are in Shenandoah National Park doing Cap Mountain. A little less than 3 miles. Most of the main attractions up here should be some wide open field views and your typical mountain views. Quite looking forward to the open field bits, kind of like that. Got some nice views to look forward to. Most of the trails we do, just covered in trees. So we want to do something a little different today. So hopefully we'll get exactly that, something a little different. So let's go. All right, so partly up Calf Mountain, I wanted to show y'all a little something. If you haven't seen our video yet of Bear Den, at the top of it, there's some radio towers. I'll put a link up here where you can check that video. But here, that's those radio towers where we were when we did Bear Den. And I thought that was kind of cool that we can actually see it from here. But anyway, let's get back to Calf Mountain. So the incline to get up here, I'm not calling it intense, moderate. It's enough to knock the wind out of you a little bit, but we're up here at the top now. The views are really nice. I will say the trail getting up here, it's a plain old Jane walking through the forest kind of trail. No water crossings, no real rock formations or anything like that. But the view up here is pretty good. Wide open field. Some nice shots of the mountains. A nice little place to have a snack if you want. Rather enjoy this. It's a pretty good one. Calf Mountain is definitely one you should check out. And I will say the views are really nice. You got them in pretty much almost all directions. Highly recommend that you check out Calf Mountain. Definitely worth the trip. Thank you for joining me on this Ginge Adventure, and I will see you on the next one. Alright guys, welcome back to another Ginge Adventure. We're getting an earlier start than normal today. We are here at White Rock Gap on the Blue Ridge Parkway in Virginia. And we're doing White Rock Gap to White Rock Falls, a roughly 10-mile loop, 9 point something. It's going to be roughly 10 because we usually go off trail a little bit. We should see some pretty good scenic views. There should be a waterfall. There should also be a lake. I'm not sure if this is going to make it to just a single video or if it's going to be multiples, depending on how much I get, because I'm not going to make an hour-long video. That's just not what I want to do. So we'll get started and see what we see. The first part of the trail, if you're going counterclockwise like we are, is relatively easy. It's mostly downhill, so you don't have a lot of inclines to start, and flat in most spots. You're going to be following a lot of these orange blazes for the first bit, and we just did our first little water crossing. There may be more. The trail itself is easy to follow. I can see during maybe spring, summertime, there's some spots that may be a little overgrown you want to watch out for with briars and stuff like that. But overall, it's a pretty easy trail as far as the start goes. We'll see how the rest of it goes. Quick update, guys. We've gone 2.5 miles in so far, and it's been a piece of cake. We've had 2 crossings, little water crossings we had to do. One, we walked a log across. We didn't have to, but why not? It looked fun, so we did it. The other one, little water crossing, is nothing. You're not going to get wet on that one. I think you saw Adam jump over some rocks to get across that one earlier. But the whole trail, there's been one spot that was a decent incline, but it was so short you didn't even notice it. Everything else has been flat, hasn't been very rocky. It's been very easy going. We're making really good time, And so far, I'm really enjoying this one. Alright guys, we found a first stop off here. It's a little lake. I think it's the smaller of the two. There should be another one farther up ahead. This is roughly 3.2 miles in. But this is a really nice, peaceful, quiet, when I'm not talking, area. We're going to sit here and relax for a little bit and then hit the trail. Here we are at Shenandoah Lake. We're going to be following the side of the lake for about a mile until we get to Torrey Ridge. And when we get to Torrey Ridge, we'll be back up in the mountains and we'll be on the roughly second half of this hike. So far, I'm really enjoying this loop. There's been a lot to see. There's been a couple waterfalls, small guys. We still have some bigger ones to actually get to once we get back up in the mountains. There's been that smaller lake. There's been actual Shenandoah Lake. Lots of good stuff to see. So if you ever get a chance to come out here and do the White Rock Gap to White Rock Falls loop, definitely do it. It's worth your time. And right there is where we're going to be going back up into the mountains. We're going to sit here and just check out the lake for a few minutes before we do that. Well, we've reached the roughly 4 mile mark, just a little bit more than 4 miles, and we are at Lower Shenandoah Lake, which was a good spot for us to stop and take a little break before we try to finish up the rest of this loop, which has got 5 to 6 miles left. It's a really nice day out here today. Not very windy. Sun's out, clear skies. It's really great. I think this is where we're going to stop for now to take a break. So thank you for joining me on this ginger adventure, and make sure you stay tuned for part 2, and I'll see you on the next one. Alright, so we found the inclines right past the lake where we were chilling on that little dock. This sign, which I'll show you right here, you got to make a sharp left right there. And let me tell you, as soon as you make that left, you're going straight up. Like it's been maybe a quarter mile and we still got, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. So yeah. Whoo, intense. All right, let's keep going. All right, guys, we've reached a pretty decent viewpoint up here once we got on Torrey Ridge. Torrey Ridge is, it's pretty intense as far as incline goes. And from the looks of things, since that's the direction we've got to go, it still goes up. This is the first viewpoint that we've reached. Pretty nice. You can kind of see the lake down there at the bottom. It's not a bad view. Not a bad view at all. Quick update. I died once. Adam had to use his battle res to get me up. It's on cooldown now. We're still... There's still up to go. I may die again. Who knows? We've been doing this ever since we made that sharp left turn at the bottom. We've been going up ever since. And we're about to go up some more. If you do this trail, be prepared for incline. It is not easy. I'm still having fun though, which is the main thing. All right, let's go up some more. All right, guys, so we've reached the top of Torrey Ridge. There's no more incline. The view is definitely worth it. Here is the view. Top of Torrey Ridge. Luckily, right now, there's not a lot of tree cover, so you can pretty much see all of it right through there. This entire trail so far has been really nice. We're a little over 5 miles now, maybe 5.5 thereabouts. So a little past halfway. All right, guys, we're kind of on the last leg of this hike. I'd say 2 miles left, maybe. We've gotten past Torrey Ridge, and now we're down on White Rock Falls Trail, and that's where we're headed to now, is White Rock Falls. Not too much longer till we get to White Rock Falls, which is also where we're going to be eating a little something before we finish it up and then head home. We finally reached White Rock Falls, which you can see behind me. The trek down here was a little sketchy, but it wasn't terrible. Definitely worth coming down here. The entire loop, it was a little over 10 miles, is definitely worth doing. If you ever get the chance to do White Rock Gap to White Rock Falls, definitely check it out. I want to thank y'all for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I will see you on the next one. Alright guys, welcome back to another Ginge adventure. Today we are technically outside Shenandoah National Park just by a little bit. The parking lot that we're in is outside the national park, but we're doing Little Devil Stairs. Once we start hiking it, we will hike into the park. So if you're worried about park entrance fees for this particular one, you ain't got to worry about it because you won't be driving actually into the park. So let's get started on doing Little Devil Stairs. Well, right off the bat, we started with 2 water crossings. One was a piece of cake. One was you might get a little wet in rainier seasons. Adam walked a tree across because he's nuts, but he did it just fine. So we've already come across several of these little falls like this. I think this might be the third one. You'll get some slow-mo of at least 2 of them. But so far this trail, early, and I don't even think we've gone a mile, but there's been plenty of water views if you're into that, which I am, so I'm really liking it. But yeah, so far this trail's doing pretty cool. We haven't even gotten to the highlights of it yet, so this is nice. So just a heads up when you come out here and do this one, there's no cell phone signal at all. So if you use All Trails, make sure you get the downloaded map before you get out here and then realize that you can't download it once you get here. That would be bad. So shortly after those little waterfalls that you saw earlier, you'll start hitting some incline. Now the incline is nowhere near as bad as White Rock Gap to White Rock Falls was. If you haven't seen that video yet, I'll link it. Check it out, particularly part 2. I died twice on that incline. This isn't that bad when you've done one like that before. This is enough to get your blood pumping, enough to get you sweating, well, at least today. It's gonna be near 80 degrees by the time we're done, but this isn't bad. I think it's rated as moderate, seems fair. It's definitely not difficult. All right guys, just a little heads up. This is the 4th little water crossing we've had to do so far. None of them have been super deep. So if you've got waterproof shoes, more than likely you're gonna be fine. And even if you don't, just bring extra socks. Get wet, enjoy the coolness, and change your socks later. So far, like walking through here, that's pretty. Anyway, walking through here, not wet. Nothing's gone above ankle yet. So just a heads up, there will be water crossings, and depending on what time of year you go, you could get wet. Up ahead, there looks like there's a pretty decent waterfall. So let's go check that out. Oh, and right on the corner, some decent rock climbing here. Not bad though, considering I'm doing it with one hand just fine. Yeah, how about it all? Just follow those blue blazes and you're good. I like this trail. This is nice. Oh, that's cool.
Big rock.
Yeah, and we're going, pretty sure we're going up that way too. And if we do, that's going to be a hecka incline right there. Of course, we've had some hecka inclines. Yeah. Nope. We have to go up this rock. I can see the blue blaze on the tree up there. Okay. Well, at least they made it easy on us by making some rock stairs. Switch hands here for a second. I know they said rock scrambles. I don't know if I would call this particularly a rock scramble, unless it gets more difficult later. That was pretty easy. And we're going, let's see. And you can see it, that tree right in front of that big rock. That's the direction we're going. Oh yeah. That's not gonna be hard. Let's see. Yeah, let's go around this way. Ooh. Yeah. And then go up this way. Yeah. Easy peasy. And there's that waterfall I was kind of talking about. Whether or not we can get a good view of it, don't know. Let's find out. I'm really digging this spot. It's gorgeous. I want to see it when there's more water. I'm gonna have to come back in the summer and check it out. All right, let's carefully make our way back through the water. Because some of those rocks are pretty slick. Easy peasy. All right, I see blue blazes over there. So we're going this way. right. Now let's see where we're headed. Oh, I see. Straight across. Another nice little fall over there. Up that direction. So I'm going to say something. It might be a little controversial, but this trail so far has almost got Rose River beat for waterfalls. And that's saying something, because Rose River is fantastic. But we're still going up the main incline on like the first half of the trail. And there's been a ton. I mean, it's been ridiculous in a good way. Now, the second half of the trail is pretty much kind of like fire road all the way down. So kind of boring. But the first half has been awesome. 6 or 7 different water crossings. I already lost count of waterfalls. It's like every time we go up, right, there's another one. You see them. It's fantastic. So the incline did get pretty good. Still don't know if I call it difficult. I think it's borderline moderate to difficult. Oh, look at that. Okay. Let's keep going up. Speaking of water crossings, there's another one. We've got to be at like 8 by now. All right. Looks like up there, it might clear out a little bit. I guess we'll see in a few. All right. This isn't bad at all. Sorry if my face is getting so close to the camera. I am paying more attention to the rocks than I am you guys, obviously. All right, now we're gonna go there and up. Oh yeah, not bad. Okay, and then up there, and we're done. At least with this one. Not sure if there's any others or not. And we'll need a breather. And another waterfall. And up ahead, looks like another one. We are near the end, what I would call the end anyway, of Little Devil Stairs. After this, we make a turn, and it's pretty much like fire road all the way down to the end, so there won't be much to see. But we're gonna stop here and have lunch, finish the rest of the trail. This is a fantastic spot. I'm really loving it. So yeah, this is where we're gonna stop and take a break, have lunch, and then finish the trail. Guys, I definitely recommend Little Devil Stairs. Check it out whenever you can. It is fantastic. I wanna thank you for joining me on this Ginger Venture, and I will see you on the next one. All right guys, welcome back to another Ginger Venture. Today, We're up on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and we're going to be doing Humpback Rock, but we're going to be starting right here on the Jack Albright Loop. It connects to the Appalachian Trail up at the top, and then the Appalachian Trail goes to the top of Humpback Rock. Normally, people come up here and they just do the out and back Humpback Rock, but we're going to combine 3 separate trails to do a little 7-mile loop. I wanted to do it this direction, starting on Albright. That way we kind of work our way and earn the views up at Humpback Rock. So let's get that going. All right, your first section of the Albright side, you're going to have incline straight away, nothing terrible. So I'll give you all a heads up. But you're also going to run into a bunch of different rock formations. You're going to see a lot of this stuff. Pretty much that's all we've seen since we started. So if you're into rocks, like Adam is, he loves them rocks, then you're going to enjoy this first part minus the incline. But again, the incline's not that bad. Part of the Albright section of the trail, there's a crashed airplane, or the remnants of a crashed airplane, I should say. There is a piece of it, and then right over here, well, there's another little piece over there, the remnants, but it looks like the biggest piece is right up here. I will link to a little article that has information about the crash if you're interested in checking it out. Just a little interesting bit of the trail here. Remnants of a plane crash. It's nothing major, and it's pretty small, but it's kind of interesting little bit of history about this little area of the mountains. Yeah. That's it. This biggest piece you'll find is kind of under that tree. So yeah, if you're ever out here doing the loop that we're doing, Albright to AT, then back down Humpback, make sure you come out and find this little trail off to the right. It's actually hard to miss when you're looking around. You see it up here, so you can't miss it. So yeah, make sure you come and check this out. Alright guys, after you get off of Albright and then get yourself onto the Appalachian Trail, you're going to come to a little spot that leads off to Glass Hollow Overlook. It's about 2/10 of a mile to the actual overlook, which is right here. Definitely take that little detour. It's very short, it's very easy, and the view is pretty fantastic, as you can see. Very nice. So definitely make sure that you take the Glass Hollow Overlook little offshoot trail. Again, it's only 2/10 of a mile, piece of cake, and it's definitely worth coming out here to get this view. Alright guys, once you get off of the AT and get onto Humpback Rock Trail, the trail is directly behind you. And once you get on this trail, it changes. It gets very rocky, lots of little ankle breakers, so take your time. And another bit of advice, so far, after roughly 3.5 miles, no water on this trail whatsoever. So make sure you pack plenty with you, because you're not going to find any place yet to fill up. All right, guys, so we're up on Humpback Rock, kind of the little bottom part of the rock. And we're about to head right up that way to give y'all the gorgeous view reveal. Because Humpback Rocks is awesome. If you're a local and you haven't been here yet, there's something wrong with you. Because that view is rather incredible. There's a lot of places up here as far as rocks go to kind of climb around. Yeah, you can head up that way. There's definitely potential up there, which I think I'm actually going to attempt right there. Looking at it, I'm going to put the camera away for that one because I'm probably going to need both hands. But yeah, the view right here, really nice. Let's see what it looks like when we get up to the top. Did a little climb up the rock from what I showed you earlier just to get up here. Look at that view. That is incredible. You can also get a good view up there on top of those rocks on that side. View of the rocks below. Oh yeah, definitely worth the trek to get up here. I mean, it's worth doing just the little out and back if you want, but doing the whole loop like we did, you kind of feel like you earned this. Like this is a treat, a reward for the hike. I would highly recommend doing the entire loop. It's fantastic. But thank you guys for joining me on this Ginge adventure. I will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge adventure. We're doing Coal Mountain, but we're not doing the up and back Coal Mountain, which we could do. It's only 2 miles. That's boring. So we went further down. We're getting on the hotel trail and then getting on, I think it's Appalachian Trail and Coal Mountain. Should be a little over 6 miles total, which gives us the view at the very end, which is always the best way to do it anyway. So let's go. Your first mile into this thing, you're going to see the scenery change quite a bit. You're going to be in the woods, then you're going to be in like a pine forest, then you're going to be in some open area. This whole trail changes quite often when you're up here. A lot of different types of views to get while you're up here. Haven't seen much rock stuff yet. There may be some later, we'll find out. But yeah, first little bit of trail, some incline, not bad. One tiny water crossing, really tiny. I don't even think in the wet season it would be a problem. But the first mile, mile and a half in, you should quite enjoy. It's pretty awesome. All right, check this out, guys. When you get past that clearing where I just talked a few minutes ago, you come up here and it opens up massively with tons of little campsites. If you're ever looking for some campsites. I mean, there's one right there. There's another one over there. You can go farther down. There's one down there. There might even be a couple down there. I don't know. We're not walking that direction. Wide open. You could have several people camping out here. Several different spots. Really great spot to stop. We have finally reached the main event of Coal Mountain. And you can clearly see why it's the main event. Wide open field. Luckily, at this moment, we're not getting blasted by wind. A little bit ago, it almost took Adam's hat and blew it right off the mountain. But yeah, you've got incredible 360-degree views all around you. It is absolutely beautiful. If you ever get a chance to come up here and do the Coal Mountain Loop, definitely do it. And thank you guys for joining me on this Ginger Venture. See you on the next one. Welcome back, everybody, to another Ginger Venture. A very special one today, at least for me. I've had dolly sods on my list for years, haven't been able to make it, but today, that's where we are. We're doing a little out and back, starting at Bear Rocks, which is where we are currently. It's just wide open out here. It's beautiful. But yeah, we're gonna start at Bear Rocks and then hit Raven Ridge and then Rocky Ridge. At some point on Raven or Rocky, we're gonna look for some kind of campsite. It might be before then, but we're gonna put up a little campsite, a little hammock, have some food, and pretty much just kind of hang out and enjoy the upper part of Dolly Sods. And then when we're done, we'll just hike back out and head home. We do have plans to try to do like a backpacking trip at some point, multiple days. That's not today. We just finally got a chance to get up here when the weather didn't suck. So I'm really excited to get started on this. So let's check out the upper portion of Dolly Sods. the rumors about mud, they are all true. Now, it hasn't been terrible. It's not anything that's going to make you go, oh, I'm out of here. But you just watch your step. The highest I've seen mud go so far on me is just to the top of my boot. Ugh, like that one. But it's not horrible. Adam's upset because he has to do everything he can to make sure his feet never get wet. Even though he's got his new waterproof shoes. Still got to avoid the water. He's going to have fun on the river up here where you can't really avoid the water. But the scenery also changes a lot, which is what I'm loving so far. First started, a lot of rocks. Then you get in here where it's pretty wooded. You still got some clearings you can see from the side. It's great. So after we did our little camp out, which we sat there for a good 3 hours just kind of hanging out, we decided to call it a day because we need to get back to the truck. It's going to be another 3-hour drive to get home. Well, we definitely plan on coming back out here again for like a multi-day backpacking trip. But man, it is absolutely gorgeous out here. I would highly recommend, if you ever get the chance, definitely come out to Dolly Sods and check it out. Either just do an out and back like we did, or come out and do multiple days. Just get out here and check it out because it's beautiful. But I want to thank you guys for joining me on this Gin adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge Adventure, everybody. Today we are in St. Mary's Wilderness near Racine, Virginia, and we're doing St. Mary's Falls. Depending on if the massive downpour of rain yesterday makes the river not quite passable, there's 5 water crossings, if I remember correctly, on the way there, which means 5 on the way back because it's an out and back. And there was a lot of rain yesterday, so there could be spots that we can't cross, but it's no big deal. We do have a plan B. There is a campsite here roughly a mile in, thereabouts, if I remember, and it's right on the river. So if we can't do the entire trail, that's perfectly fine. We'll just set up camp and we'll hang out right next to the river for a couple hours today. But it's going to be a good day regardless. So let's get going with St. Mary's Wilderness. Thank you guys for joining me on this Gin adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Gin adventure, everybody. Today, we're back in Shenandoah National Park, and we're going to be doing the Stony Man Summit. We are going to be doing this whole part where we're going to start here, check out the summit, and then go back this way and do the entire loop. The whole loop is roughly 3.3 miles, give or take. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably closer to 3.5. Plus, we usually end up going off trail anyway just to explore stuff. So let's get going on Stony Man. Quick little update, guys. Shortly after that sign that you just saw that told you Stony Man Summit, if you come this way and you look left, see right through there, there's a little trail that leads to a little viewpoint. Now, it's not the main viewpoint, obviously. Just watch your feet, pretty rocky until it clears out. But this little offshoot does take you to a pretty spectacular view, which we're going to check out now. It's a little outcropping, which you can carefully climb if you would like. And so make sure you check out this little offshoot and come out here for a pretty awesome view before we get to the main one. Alright guys, we're at the summit of Stony Man. Clearly, we're at the summit. It's a gorgeous day today. Blue skies. It's a little breezy, but it's actually kind of cool. I'd say 55s to 60 right now. Feels great. And luckily, we had the whole trail to ourselves on the way up here. Not a single person. It is beautiful up here. It's a very short hike if you just do to the summit and back. We're gonna go do the whole loop just because we want to be out here and we want to do it. But anytime you get a chance to come out here to Shenandoah National Park and check out Stony Man, make sure you do because it's gorgeous and it's an easy one. But thank you for joining me on this Ginger Venture. I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginger Venture, everybody. Today we are in the Catawba area of Virginia, kind of close to Roanoke, and we are going to be doing Dragon's Tooth. It's out and back. It is roughly 4.5 miles, thereabouts, and generally considered to be one of the most difficult sections of the Appalachian Trail. You can see we will be starting at the top, working our way down that little blue section there to the tooth, and then back down. There'll be lots of incline on the way up, decline on the way down. So let's get started. So we picked a really good day to come out here. We started at the trailhead a little before 7, say about 10 minutes to 7, and it was already 77 degrees outside. And the humidity is absolutely brutal. I'm also actually breaking trail. It kind of feels like it. I've hit, I don't know, 178 spider webs already, but it is super humid. I am soaked in sweat. It's been maybe half hour at the most. The incline is not terrible, but that humidity today is pretty brutal. So it's a good thing I brought extra water because I'm definitely going to need it. All right, let's keep going. Oh, we have reached the top of Dragon's Tooth. After losing about 87 gallons of sweat, we made it up here. Luckily, there's no one else up here. It is just us. There she is. Finally made it to Dragon's Tooth. Now we're gonna drop our packs for a little bit. Get a little something to eat, something to definitely get something to drink. But I gotta say, the views up here are spectacular. This is definitely a difficult hike to do, but if you're up for the challenge, it's worth it. If you're ever in the area, make sure you come and check out Dragon's Tooth. I want to thank you guys for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge adventure, everybody. Today, we're kind of already in the trail. We're doing the Blue Ridge Railway Trail at Piney River, which is kind of where we are. I couldn't record this piece at the actual trailhead. There was way too much traffic. It was too loud, too noisy. So I decided to wait until we actually got out here. We're only about 2 miles in. The trail itself is going to be 7 miles in, another 7 miles back. So 14 total miles, which is going to be the longest one that we've done so far this year. The last one was White Rocks, which we did 12-ish miles on that one. So today's going to be much longer, but a lot easier, because it's got less than 500 feet at total elevation gain for the whole trail. Let's finish the rest of Blue Ridge Railway Trail. So guys, as you can tell by this very obvious sign, we've reached the end of this out and back trail. It was about 7 miles. So now we get to turn around and hike the other 7 back out of here. This is a really, really good trail for cycling if you're into cycling, which personally I'm not, but we've seen so many cyclists down through here today, and it's been, oh gosh, it's been flat the entire time and about 90% in the shade. Really nice hike. It's an easy little hike through the woods. There's not a ton to see as far as the trail itself goes. I mean, it's this gravel like this. It's all the way through the entire trail. But there is some interesting stuff to see on the sides. Little rail cars. What else do we see? The cows, horses, some open fields, the river, covered bridges. So yeah, there's a pretty decent amount of stuff to see that's off trail. So if you get a chance when you're out here, if you're ever in the area, make sure you check out the Blue Ridge Railway Trail if you're up for a 14-mile hike. But thank you guys for joining me on this Ginger Venture, and we will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginger Venture, everybody. Today, we are up on the border of West Virginia and Virginia doing the High Knob Trail. And we're going up to the top of where there's a little old school fire tower where people used to walk up and kind of glance at all the mountain ranges around and see if there were fires. It's not in use anymore, but there should be some pretty amazing views up there once we get to the top. The mileage on this one, it's maybe 3, a little less than that. So it shouldn't take too long to do, but the payoff should be great. So let's get going. Well, we've reached the top of High Knob. We're actually up in the tower. You can kind of see it behind me there. Was not anticipating this amount of fog, mist up here. I mean, you can't see a thing past a little bit of that tree line. And there's supposed to be mountain ridges like just 360 degrees up here. Unfortunately today, there are none. Still, this is a pretty good hike. The incline to get up here is pretty intense. I mean, you're getting all the elevation gain that's on this trail in less than a mile. I've had worse. White Rock Gaps to White Rock Falls comes to mind. If you haven't seen those videos yet, check them out. I'll put a link to the second one. That's the one with the major incline on it. But yeah, we're the only ones up here. We've been the only ones on the trail. It's cool, it's cloudy. It's a nice day, except for all the fog. Now, I might wait a little bit up here to see if it clears out any, because I really would like to get some shots of the mountain ranges out there. I don't know if it's going to clear up. We're not going to wait all day, but we will wait some and see if it clears out.
2 hours later.
We waited a while to see if the clouds would clear out. Sure enough, they did. So now, we've got the views we've been looking for. There's still a little bit of cloud cover out there. As you saw a moment ago, there was nothing to see. And now we can. We're obviously going to wait a little bit longer just to see what else clears out, but we're still at the top of the tower, walking around. And all the way around, it is clear, mostly. There's a couple spots out that direction, but other than that, it's starting to clear out. This hike is definitely worth doing. It's a little strenuous. Not bad though, and it's short. Definitely come check out High Knob if you ever get the chance. Thank you for joining me on this ginger venture. I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another ginger venture, everybody. We're back up in Shenandoah National Park, and today we are doing Black Rock Summit. It was a very short hike. This thing's like 1.1 miles for a round trip. If you care to see the map, there it is. But it's got a really nice view at the top, a little bit of a rock scramble. Should be a really nice day. We're starting off in the 70s. Feels great. So let's do Black Rock Summit. Hey guys, we are actually at the summit now. It did not take very long to get up here, obviously. The entire loop is 1.1 miles, so actually getting up here, about half that. It is such a clear and beautiful day up here. I am trying to climb to the top of this thing with one hand, so bear with me. We are getting to the very top of Black Rock Summit. And we've got almost 360-degree unobstructed views today. Let's start in the direction of the sun. Get that out of the way because it's so bright. Pan all the way around so you can see this. Look at that. We're still turning. We're going all the way around. There's Adam on the top. Say hello, Adam.
Hi.
That right there, that spot right there is the only spot that doesn't have views. Gosh, it is so nice up here today. This is a very easy hike to do. Seriously, if you ever get to the park, Shenandoah National Park, you've got to check this one out. It's a piece of cake, and the payoff is phenomenal. I want to thank you guys for joining me on this Ginger Venture, and I will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginger Venture, everybody. Today we're back up in Shenandoah National Park, and we're doing the Rose River Loop. I've done this particular one 2 or 3 times, and I'm curious to see, since I've done Little Devil Stairs, how it compares to that one, because in that video I mentioned that Little Devil Stairs had more waterfalls and water crossings than Rose River did, and I know this one has a lot. So we'll see by the end of this one how it compares to Little Devil Stairs. And if you haven't seen that one yet, I'll put a link up there. You can click it and check it out. Let me know what you think. This one is a little less than 4 miles for the entire loop. It's kind of moderate. I do remember there are definitely some spots with some decent incline, nothing terrible, but we'll be sweating a little bit today later on. We're going counterclockwise, so we will see most of the water views on the way back, and we're starting off, as you can tell, on the fire road, which makes the beginning easier and a little harder at the end. Normally I'd go the other way around, but I kind of want to earn my way to the water views. So let's get going on Rose River. I wanted to point this out, that when you're going the counterclockwise route, starting on the fire road like we're doing, shortly in, I mean, this is like less than a mile, you get to Cave Cemetery. Just keep in mind there are no horses beyond this point. So if you came by horse, you can't go up here, but we're going to check out the cemetery. Some of you that have been subscribed since the beginning may remember this spot. Maybe. This is Dark Hollow Falls, which technically is kind of part of Rose River, but last time we did this one, up there at the top, my camera kind of took a dive, and I had to start recording my GoPro after that. So it's my old nemesis, Dark Hollow Falls. This time there will be no camera falling in the water. But yeah, we sat right down in there. The water was actually flowing more then than it is now, which is surprising considering we're in the wet season. But yeah, we sat there and had lunch. And I tried to get a photo, or actually tried to get a little video snapshot up there at the top. Dropped the camera in. Also, that path, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, right there ahead of us there. It goes up that direction. It's where I had my first fall of the year. Me and Adam have been keeping track. I've fallen twice, he's only fallen once, so every time he slips, I keep looking going, is that number 2? It hasn't been number 2 yet. He'll fall eventually, even if I have to push him. But you turn back around, Rose River goes this way, and last time we did not finish the entire loop because this section down here, it's kind of steep and narrow, completely covered in ice and snow. So I'm glad we're back so we can actually complete the entire loop this time. But yeah, once you get to Dark Hollow Falls, come down this way, boop, Rose River's right down there. public service announcement. This is somebody's trash. Please don't do that. Don't be like these idiots. Don't dirty up the stuff out here. That's annoying. Just don't do it. Be a decent human instead of those people. Pro tip, bring a bag for other people's trash because people suck. Back to the trail. So I just gave Adam heck earlier over only falling once and me twice, waiting for him to catch up. And right over here, I was going for a slow-mo shot of that waterfall, which I did get. But as I was walking down through there, right on my butt, hit a slick spot on the rock, right on my butt. Then I get up and I drop the phone and it lands in that little puddle of water right there. It's still working fine, everything's working fine. But yeah, that's what I get for opening my mouth. All right, let's see if we can finish the rest of this trail without hitting the ground again. Here we are, guys, at Rose River Falls. This is a nice little swimming hole if you ever want to come down here, take a little swim and cool off. Today would probably be a good day for it. The trek down here is a little precarious, so be careful, especially if the rocks are a little wet. You're going to fall like I did earlier. Just take your time, it's fine. But it is a really good spot to chill, hang out. There's nobody else around at the moment, which is good. We've got it to ourselves. If you're ever in the park, check out Rose River Falls. It's a great one. I want to thank you for joining me on this gin adventure. I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge Adventure, everybody. We're up in Shenandoah National Park again, and we are doing the Hazel Falls Trail. It's about 5.3 miles out and back. Kind of a steady decline all the way there. Until you get to the actual falls, there's supposed to be a pretty steep decline and a little bit of a rock scramble to get down to the falls, which means you got to climb back up out of it, and then you'll have a steady incline all the way back. Well, let's get going on the Hazel Falls Trail. What kind of sports don't make sense to you? Like, why are people into it?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of one that are, like, I personally hate soccer, but I don't have any coordination with my feet. I understand
the appeal for the people that like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's one I just don't get. Shot put.
That's fair.
I mean, I understand wanting to, like, pick up a rock and see how far I can throw it. And then the guy next to me is like, I bet I can out-throw you. So they pick up a rock and they throw it. What I don't get is, hey, I want to see how far I can push that rock. off my shoulder that I don't understand the appeal part. I could see me wanting to outrun someone, that competitive part, or out-jump someone, or fling a spear as far as you can.
Okay, javelin throwing is kind of cool.
Yeah, but what the deal with just putting a rock up and going, eh? How far can you push a rock? I don't get the appeal of that. That shot put thing just baffles me. And here's no, what about curling?
Now, curling.
Curling,
That,
you're sweeping in front of a rock.
that's some, I kind of love it, but it's so stupid.
I remember the first time they started doing curling in the Olympics. I'm like, how is this an Olympic sport? You're pushing a rock and then sweeping in front of it. So as stated earlier, when I said this trail is kind of mostly decline all the way, so far, that's the case. And it's just gradual, it's nothing major. So I am figuring on the way back, it'll just be a good workout, kind of an incline all the way back. It should not be terrible. The trail itself is kind of rocky, but manageable. And as we're getting closer to the fall months, we do plan on making a return trip to Devil's Marble Yard. Now that I've got my drone and some better equipment, and I know what I'm doing, a little bit more than I did, we should get a much better video of it, because there was a lot I wanted to record when we were there last time, but I wasn't prepared. Of course, the more you do this, the more prepared you get, the more things you notice are good to do, not so good to do. I'm packing less stuff, so my pack's getting lighter, all that kind of stuff, which just comes from repetitively doing this over and over again. But we're both looking forward to going back to the Marble Yard. It's one of our favorite ones. And we still have plans to hit Devil's Bathtub. We've got some other Devil's themed hikes we want to do. There's one in West Virginia called Devil's Tea Table. There's Devil's Backbone, which technically isn't a hike, you just drive to it, but I still want to get some video and some shots of that because it's actually pretty cool looking. And I'm pretty sure there's a couple of others. I want to say I found 7 in total that are Devil's themed. So if you haven't checked out that little playlist that I've got, I'll put a little link up here, you can check it out. And we're hoping to add a lot more to it, particularly next year when we start to get to do a lot more than we did this year. I've also got plans to add kayaking, rock climbing, zip lining, skydiving, anything else I can think of. It just seems like it'd be fun. Multi-day backpack trips, all that kind of stuff. So if you haven't already, give me a subscribe. I am 1 away from hitting my first little, very humble goal of 25 subs. As of this recording, we're sitting on 24. So if you like what you're watching, or you think, this channel might actually get pretty good in the future, go ahead and throw me a sub, or share it with a friend you think might like this kind of content too. But all right, let's get back to the trail. You know something we haven't seen hiking yet so far?
A
all
tiger.
Year? Oh, besides tigers.
What?
That is true, we have not seen tigers. Snakes.
We have not seen any snakes.
I've not seen a single snake all year. All spring, all summer, nothing. I was actually kind of hoping to, but no, nothing. We've seen deer, we've seen a rabbit, seen a chipmunk, seen some squirrels. We even saw some turkeys, which is actually kind of neat. We saw a bear, but it was on the side of the road while we were driving in. We've seen humans, the worst of the lot.
Did you go out by yourself last week?
I did not go out by myself last week. Considering that the last time you and I went out, I had fall number 3 to your 1. I was like, nah, I think I'll wait. I know a lot of people like the solo hike, which is fine. Personally, I'd prefer not to. Just in the event something happens, I'd like somebody to be there. Even if they can't help, the moral support would be nice while I die on trail. So we do a lot of trails in Shenandoah National Park, mostly because we live so close to it. Having said that, I think we're on video number 22 at this point, I think. And a good 3/4 of them have been in Shenandoah National Park. Obviously, there's still a lot more to do. If there are any trails that you've, say, looked up before and was always curious about it, leave a comment below, let me know, because we'll probably be more than willing to check it out and show you what it's like before you decide to drive all the way up here, if it's a long drive for you. Dude, I like this part of the trail.
This is really nice too.
Let's see if I can get a higher shot for you guys. While you stare at the cute sidekick in the back.
That's what I'm here for. I'm just eye candy.
You're just the eye candy that no one can ever see because you're too short and you stand behind me while we're hiking. All right, so the conversation earlier about not seeing a lot of animals on trail. Check out this cute little guy. Yeah, look at him. Yeah, he's gonna run away. That's okay. I'm not gonna mess with you, buddy. So now we've also seen a turtle. All right, guys, do want to give y'all a quick heads up. The last 0.2 of a mile, I read on some of the reviews, they said it was pretty good decline in there. And I mean, it really is. It's not super dangerous or anything because a lot of these rocks are basically steps, but it does slow you down a lot. And depending on what kind of condition you're in, it could be rough on the knees. But if you take your time, it is a piece of cake. At least so far, it's a piece of cake. I say that, and then later I fall and have to call myself out on it again. But so far, so good. But you should be warned, if you do read the reviews about the last 0.2, they're not kidding. So just be careful, you'll be fine. Here we are, guys, at the bottom of Hazel Falls. As you can see, this is a really nice one. The trail itself is relatively easy to get down. The last 0.2, like I said before, are, just use some caution, you'll be fine. I mean, we did fine, and I've fallen 3 times so far this year. The falls is beautiful. It's really cool down here. See if I can get a decent shot. We're kind of in a, I don't want to call it a canyon, but we kind of are. Rock wall surrounding us. Look at that view. Yeah, I mean, it's actually, I'd say a good 10, 15 degrees cooler down here than it was up on the trail where we were hiking. Beautiful spot. This is definitely worth checking out. We're gonna stop, obviously, because we're at the end of it. Have a snack, explore a little bit. I'll get some more footage, and then we'll head back. But if you're ever in Shenandoah National Park, make sure you check out Hazel Falls. It is definitely worth the trip. I want to thank you guys for joining me on this Ginger Adventure. We'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginger Adventure, everybody. Today, we're in the George Washington and Jefferson National Forest doing Buzzard Rock. It's about 3.8 miles. It's an out and back. And elevation's a little less than 700 feet. Shouldn't be bad at all as far as elevation goes. And should have some pretty good views when we get to the top. Also testing out a little bit of new equipment today. I have my cell phone on a little gimbal, so we're going to see how that goes. Might try out some different shots when we get up to the top. Also brought my drone in case there's a good opportunity to use that. So let's get going today on Buzzard Rock. All right, guys, I wanted to point something out, say something real quick. Do you recognize this piece of trash, anybody watching this video? If that was you, why are you doing that? Look ahead. You see how pretty it is out here? I mean, it's gorgeous. It's quiet. It's a lovely time. And then you do this crap. Don't do that. Okay. All right, guys, we're at the top of Buzzard Rock here. As you can kind of see behind me, it's pretty foggy, pretty cloudy. I'll get some other shots here in a second. We may wait a little while we're up here just to see if it clears out. The other side of me too, just fog, cloud everywhere. I mean, it would be a nice view if it cleared out, and I'm kind of hoping it does. But I have my doubts. We're looking around. The entire valley down there is just completely full of clouds. The rock scrambles themselves are pretty fun. People definitely come out here and do some climbing on these rocks, and it looks like it would be fun. Hopefully it'll clear out a little bit, but if it doesn't, that's all right. Still had a really good time. I want to thank you guys for joining me on this Ginger Venture, and we'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginger Venture, everybody. Today we are up near Iron Gate, Virginia, doing Pete's Cave Trail. Somewhere between 6.5, 7 miles out and back. It's got less than 900 feet of elevation gain, and from what we can tell you, it's not all in one spot. It's got some up and some flat and some down and some flat. It's actually pretty easy to do. It's rated as moderate, but I'd put it on like the easier side of moderate. It is a little overgrown in spots. There are several side spots going up this trail that you will find some pretty good viewpoints. And at the end, there's a lot of fun little rock scrambles to do. There is a small kind of cave back there. It's no bigger than the one like you saw at Hazel Falls. If you haven't seen that video yet, I'll link to it. It's not very big, but there is one little cave-like section that you can crawl through that's pretty fun. So you definitely want to check that out when you get to it. But let's get going on Pete's Cave Trail. Normally when we go hiking up in Shenandoah National Park, the trails, I mean, they feel like hiking trails. They feel like you're out in the park. This one's a lot different. The atmosphere is different. Kind of feels like you're just chilling out in the forest, if that makes any sense. It's a little more secluded. It's definitely overgrown, so everything feels like closer together. You feel like you're out alone in the mountains. It's very cool. This has been a very fun one to do. You should definitely check it out if you ever get a chance. Alright guys, we've reached the top of Pete's Cave Trail. At the top, I'm not seeing a cave. There's some pretty cool rock formations out here and really amazing view, as you can see behind me. It's fantastic. The trail itself it's rated as moderate, like I mentioned earlier, but it's on the easy end of moderate. It's not that much of a challenge at all. There's maybe 2 spots that are decent inclines, but they're short, relatively easy to do. Not a challenge at all. The views are pretty spectacular. The trail itself feels pretty secluded when you're out here. We haven't seen a single person. It's been really nice. If you're ever in the area, make sure you check out Pete's Cave Trail. I want to thank you for joining me on this Ginger Venture, and I'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginger Venture, everybody. Today, we're up in West Virginia at New River ATV, and we're about to do a 6-hour little ATV drive through some of the back roads of West Virginia. There's an old abandoned coal mining town to check out. There's a waterfall. It's going to be a long, fantastic day today. It's going to be super exciting. So that is definitely enough talking. Let's get going on this ATV adventure. I want to thank you guys for joining me on this ginger adventure, and I will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another ginger adventure, everybody. Today, we're up in the Buffalo Gap area of Virginia, and today we're going to be doing Elliott Knob. This one, I'll have to go back and check the other hikes that we've done. I think it's the first trail we've done this year that's actually rated as hard. 4 miles up, 4 miles down. The 4 miles up elevation gain is like 2,400 and change, and obviously the way down, it's the same down. So we'll see how the way up goes. I mean, we've had some pretty good inclines this year. We'll see how this one compares. At the top of this trail, we should see a fire tower and hopefully some really nice fall colors at the top. So let's get going on Elliott Knob. Just stopped to do a quick update. Halfway point, right about 2 miles. No incline to speak of, nothing worth mentioning anyway. Which makes me kind of nervous knowing that the bulk of the incline is forward. So kind of curious to see how this is going to go.
A few moments later.
Okay. So we've reached the fire road, which is the bit that everyone in the comment section on the All Trails website was complaining about. Massive incline and sucks to hike in the summer, and yeah, they were telling the truth. We've got in a mile and a half, it's over 1,000. I think it was like 1,300 feet. We've already stopped twice coming up here because of me. That's okay. It's definitely intense. I'm seeing it flatten out a little bit, which is good. But yeah, be prepared. Once you get to the gravel road, you're in for some fun. All right, guys, we've reached the top of Elliott Knob, all the way to the top. We made it, only died 3 times. Not that bad. The incline up here on the gravel fire road, it is as intense as everyone that leaves comments about it says it is. It was no joke. We stopped so many times, and most of it was just to let our thighs relax a little bit. Stamina-wise, we were doing okay. I was sucking wind a couple times, but not as bad as it has been in the past. The view up here, once you get to the fire tower, it's gorgeous, as you can see. The fire tower itself, it's pretty cool. I'll show you a picture here in a second. Somebody left 2 camp chairs inside the fire tower, so we've been in there chilling for about 20 minutes now, and we'll probably relax a little bit longer before we head down. Like I said, the views are incredible. The trail itself is definitely hard, but if you're willing to tackle it, the payoff is definitely worth the challenge to get up here. If you ever find yourself in the area, hit up Elliott Knob. It's definitely worth doing. I want to thank you for joining me on this Ginger Venture. I'll see you on the next one. Hey, welcome back to another Ginger Venture, everybody. Today we are making a return trip to Devil's Marble Yard in the Natural Bridge area of Virginia. This is the second time we've been here. We liked it so much the first time, we wanted to come back and do it again. It is absolutely gorgeous. We're here at the bottom of it right now, and our plan is to climb all the way up, and it goes much farther than what you see right there. I will show you some, obviously I will show you some more as we climb, but last time we came here we climbed about 1/3 of the way up. Today we plan on going all the way to the top, as far as we can go before we, well, to where we end Boulder and Forest begins again. So all the way to the top. So let's get going here on Devil's Marble Yard. All right, just so you're aware, there is a trail that goes up the right side of the boulder field when you get up there. It's a little bit easier going up that side than climbing the entire thing, but we were like, nah, we ain't doing that. So as soon as we got to the bottom, we started rocks all the way up to the top. Never used that side trail because that's for weenies, and we're not weenies. So if you ever find your way up there, don't be a weenie. Take the rocks. So we're up on the marble yard now. It's, hold on a second, not even 7:30. It's still pretty dark out here, but this camera's actually doing a really good job picking up the light, what little light there is. But as you can see behind me, there's the marble yard. Once it lightens up a bit and it's a little easier to see, we're gonna start climbing. I'll pull out the drone, have it follow us around a little bit, get some pretty good footage. We hiked all the way up here pretty much in the dark the entire time until we reached the rocks, until we reached the boulders. We're gonna relax for a little bit. When it lightens up, we'll take off again. So we made it all the way to the top. There is the top. That's it. There's nowhere else to go except straight up some cliff faces, which, yeah, we're obviously not doing. But yeah, last time we came up here, we did maybe a third of this. And this time we went literally all the way to the top. There's also a hidden geocache that I've placed on this hike. So if you find it, leave a comment below and let me know that you found it. Second time up here is just as good as the first time. You will not regret coming up here and doing Devil's Marble Yard. So if you're ever in the area, make sure you check it out because it is a lot of fun. So thank you for joining me on this Ginger Venture, and we will see you on the next one. Alright guys, welcome back to another Ginger Venture. Today we are doing Hanging Rock, which is part of the Three Ridges area in Virginia. This actually is a good place for some backpacking, multi-day trip if you want. But we're only doing one section today. We'll be on the Appalachian Trail for most of the time. It's an out and back, I want to say 3.7 there and back, so a little over 7.5 miles by the time we get done. It is very cold this morning, so I'm going to put this back in my pocket and then we're going to start hiking. So we are up at the top of Hanging Rocks now. The trail up's got some pretty decent incline, but it's nothing we can't handle anymore. I think it's 1,800 feet. The view up here is spectacular. There's a nice rocky outcropping. I'll get some shots of that for you that you could sit right here at the end. Plenty of space to sit down, get a little snack, get some water before you head back down. Definitely check out Hanging Rocks if you're ever in the area and get a chance to check it out because it is gorgeous. I want to thank you for joining me on this Ginge adventure, and I will see you on the next one. Welcome back to another Ginge adventure, everybody. Today we are out in Dayton, Virginia, or close to Dayton, Virginia, in the George Washington and Jefferson National Forest, and we're doing the Hone Quarry Waterfall Trail today. It's going to be about 5.3 miles, depending on how much kind of exploring you do, and less than 540 feet of elevation gain. It's a pretty easy one to do. Most of it is going to be like a service road, and then there's a spot you'll go right straight into the woods. It's pretty secluded out here, pretty quiet. It's been a misty, cloudy, kind of drizzly, cool morning all day. It has been really nice. Let's get started. So this trail is very much solitude so far. There's nobody. When we started off on the access road, we got about halfway through and there was a Jeep kind of parked to the side. There are other trails to do in the general vicinity, but we haven't seen a single soul the entire hike. And it's nice and quiet except for the sound of the creek over there to the left. Yeah, if you're looking for a hike that's going to give you some peace and quiet and some solitude, this is definitely one to try out. Here we are, guys, at the end of the Hone Quarry Waterfall Trail. This isn't exactly the wet season, but we've got really nice flow on this thing considering we did have a lot of rain recently, so that's helping. In order to get down here to the bottom of the falls where I am, there is a little trail right there that you have to kind of scramble down from all the way up there, which on a day like today when it's been a little wet can be a little sketchy, but it's not bad. Just take your time and you can get down here. If you're ever in the area and get a chance to check out the Hone Quarry Waterfall Trail, make sure you do, because it's a great one. I want to thank you for joining me on this ginger venture, and I'll see you on the next one.